The hour of 11 a.m. having arrived, the House will come to order. Members, please take your seats. Sergeants at Arms, please close the doors of the House. Prayer today will be offered by our colleague, Representative Curry. Immediately after prayer, we will recite the Pledge of Allegiance. Members and guests, please rise as able.
Good morning. Heavenly Father, we come before you this morning with gratitude and purpose. Thankful for the opportunity to gather in this place of leadership and service. Your word reminds us in Galatians 5:22-23 that the fruit of the Spirit is self-control. Lord, guide us in temperance today. Help us to lead with discipline and listen with intention and respond with grace. In Luke 16:10, we are reminded that whoever is faithful in very little is also faithful in much. Teach us fidelity in every responsibility and let our integrity remain steady in all we do. And in Micah 6:8, you call us to do justice, love mercy, and walk humbly. Let justice guide our decisions and give us courage to stand for what is right. Bless this Capitol and all who serve in it and all who are visiting today. May there be a spirit of collaboration or over division, understanding over discord, and courage over complacency. Guide us to pursue policies that uplift families, protect the vulnerable, and create pathways of opportunity for every community we represent. Grant us wisdom in our work today, Lord. May our actions uplift those we serve, strengthen our communities, and reflect the very best of who we are called to be. Let this be a day of purpose. Let this be a day of integrity. Let this be a day of justice. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Sergeants at Arms will open the doors of the House. Members and guests, please take your seats. Without objection, the approval of the Journal from Monday, April 27th, 2026 will be postponed until printed. Colleagues, if you can take your seats so we can acknowledge our guests. Colleagues, if you can take your seats. Colleagues, if you can take your conversations off the floor. Our colleague that serves Delaware County, Representative Borowski, has Archbishop Carroll High School Student Council here visiting so they can see the legislative process in person and up close. Students, welcome to the floor of the House. Also in the back of the House, our colleagues that serves Chester County, Representative Paelli, has his legislative fellow here from West Chester University, Dr. Kennedy's state government class. The entire class is here. West Chester students, welcome to the floor of the House. Our colleague that serves Berks County, Representative Cepeda Freitas, has some special guests here that the chair was able to sit down and meet with not long ago. Yamalisa Jimenez Tavares, the chair of the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce from the Lehigh Valley. Jennifer Rodriguez, the president and CEO of the Greater Philadelphia Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. Josie Boykins, the executive director for the Berks County Latino Chamber of Commerce. She goes by DT Josie. welcome. Angel Figueroa, the founder of the Berks County Latino Chamber of Commerce. Isamac Torres Figueroa, the board chair for the Berks County Latino Chamber of Commerce. Melanie Boyer and Joe Eliza from the Pittsburgh Metropolitan Area Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. Bienvenidos. Thank you for your work all across the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Welcome. Our colleague that serves Allegheny County, Representative Venkat, has some special guests in the gallery. We have the members of the Pennsylvania Academy of Family Physicians who are here for their legislative day. Would these physicians stand? Welcome to the floor of the House. Thank you all for your work. Our colleague that serves Northumberland, Representative Stender, has some guests in the gallery this morning. We have the students from Shikellamy High School. They are touring the Capitol later today and learning about the legislative process. We have Dawson Zimmerman, Patrick Sprinkle, Tyler Hendricks, and their teacher, Mr. Kobe Emmerich. Please stand. Welcome to the floor of the House. Our colleague that serves Philadelphia County, Representative Cephas, and our colleague that just prayed that serves Delaware County, Representative Curry. Our colleagues that serve Allegheny County, Representative Mays and Powell, welcome the largest service organization for African American women in the entire world. We are so humbled to have in our presence Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. These women are in the gallery, they're in the back of the House, and they are seated to the left of the Speaker's rostrum. We have some very distinguished members of their leadership team. We are so blessed to have the 26th National President of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated and the Chair of the Board of Directors for the D4 Women in Action, Beverly Evans Smith. Welcome, Madam Chair. We have the National Secretary of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, Wendy Johnson. Welcome. We have the past Eastern Regional Director nationally, Thelhoa Garrett. Welcome. We have Thais Ridgway, the past regional representative. Welcome. We have a member of our own Pennsylvania House Democratic Caucus staff and a past regional representative, Indira Ridgway. Welcome. We have a distinguished alumna of the Pennsylvania House. If my memory is correct, she served 42 years. It was just 43 years, that's right. We have the Deborah Brady. She's the current Western Social Action Coordinator. We have a good friend of the chairs. She is the Eastern Pennsylvania Social Action Coordinator, Desiree Jones from the Avenue of the Arts. We have the Pennsylvania West State Coordinator, Sonia Waters. We have the Pennsylvania East State Coordinator, Tracy Howard, in the back. And we have a history maker among us. She was here last for opening session to swear in the chair. She is none other than the Pennsylvania Superior Court Judge, Tamika Lane. We are so grateful to these dedicated women who are guided by their mission, which includes constructive development of members, public service, with significant focus on social action. Welcome again to the floor of the House, ladies. Are there requests for leaves of absence? The chair recognizes the majority whip, who indicates there are none. The chair recognizes the minority whip, who requests that Representative Lawrence be placed on leave for the day. The gentleman from Chester County. Without objection, the leave is granted. The chair is about to take the master roll call. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? 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 Clerk will record the vote. 200 members having voted on the master roll call. A quorum is present. The chair recognizes Representative Frankel, Chair of the Committee on Health, who reports the following bills. House Bill 916, reported as amended. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The chair recognizes Representative Burgos, Chair of the Committee on Consumer Protection, Technology, and Utilities, who reports the following bills. House Bill 306, reported as amended. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 2145, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? Senate Bill 992, reported as amended. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The chair recognizes Representative Burgos, Chair of the Committee on Consumer Protection, Technology, and Utilities, who reports the following resolutions. H.R. 152, reported as amended. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? H.R. 361, reported as amended. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? The chair recognizes Representative Dawkins, Chair of the Committee on Labor and Industry, who reports the following bill. Senate Bill 1053, reported as amended. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The chair recognizes Representative Dawkins, Chair of the Committee on Labor, who reports the following resolution. H.R. 345, reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? The chair recognizes Representative Schweier, Chair of the Committee on Education, who reports the following bills. House Bill 1045, reported as amended. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 1814, reported as amended. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 1877, reported as amended. Will the House agree to the bill it is agreed to? House Bill 2117, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 2307, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 2425, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 2436, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? Senate Bill 1014, reported as amended. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The chair recognizes Representative Daly, Chair of the Committee on Tourism, Economic Development, and who reports the following resolutions. H.R. 420, reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? H.R. 448, reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? H.R. 474, reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? H.R. 476, reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? H.R. 481, reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? H.R. 488, reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? The chair recognizes the gentleman from Beaver County, the Majority Caucus Chair, Representative Matsey, for a caucus announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Democrats will caucus at 12:15 p.m. 12:15 p.m. We will be prepared to return to the floor at 1:45 p.m. 1:45. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Philadelphia, Representative White, for a caucus announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Republicans will be caucusing at 12:15. Again, 12:15. We're going to return to the floor at 1:45. Again, House Republicans caucus at 12:15. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lackawanna, Representative Mullins, for a committee announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Appropriations Committee will meet immediately in the Majority Caucus Room. All members of the Appropriations Committee, please report to the first floor caucus room for an Appropriations Committee. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Colleagues, the gentlelady from Monroe, the Majority Chair of Aging and Older Adult Services, has a special announcement. Representative Madden.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to take this opportunity to wish my son Alex a happy birthday and tell him I love him so much. Thank you.
The chair joins in with your mother, Alex. Happy birthday. The House will stand in recess until 1:45 p.m. unless sooner recalled by the Speaker. The hour of 1:45 having arrived, the House will come to order. The chair recognizes Representative Harris, Chair of the Committee on Appropriations, who reports the following bills. House Bill 1970, re-reported as committee. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? House Bill 2003, re-reported as committee. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? House Bill 2103, re-reported as committee. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? House Bill 2177, re-reported as committee. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? House Bill 2179, re-reported as committee. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? The chair recognizes Representative Williams, Chair of the Committee on Human Services, who reports the following resolution. H.R. 134, reported as amended. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? Chair referred the following bills, which the clerk will now read.
Referrals, April 28, 2026. House Resolution 495 to Agriculture and Rural Affairs.
Chair recognizes the Majority Leader, who calls up House Bill 344, printers number 3169, on page 1 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill makes parking fees transparent for tenants.
Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The chair recognizes the Majority Leader, who calls up House Bill 830, printers number 3063, on page 1 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill requires schools to notify parents and legal guardians when their child is involved in or experiences bullying.
Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The chair recognizes the Majority Leader, who calls up House Bill 2218, printers number 2912, on page 1 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill creates the School Counseling Services Act.
Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The chair recognizes the Majority Leader, who calls up Senate Bill 507, printers number 1158, on page 3 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill establishes licensure for certified midwives and modernizes collaborative agreements.
Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? Chair recognizes the presence of the gentleman from Chester County, Representative Lawrence, who will be removed from leave for the day. The chair recognizes the Majority Leader, who calls up House Bill 41, printers number 0020, on page 2 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill allows the Pennsylvania Interscholastic Athletic Association to create separate championships for public schools and private, charter, or parochial schools.
Will the House agree to the bill? Representative Bernstein offers A02991. A02991. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, chair recognizes the maker of the amendment, the gentleman from Lawrence. The amendment will be temporarily over. Chair recognizes the gentleman, Matsey, who offers A03037. Will the House agree to the amendment? Chair recognizes the gentleman from Beaver County, Representative Matsey. Chair recognizes the gentleman from the Lehigh, Representative Schlossberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On behalf of Chair Matsey, Amendment 3037 adds that no cause or action or request of relief shall lie against the PIAA based upon the board's decision. This will protect the PIAA from making the appropriate decisions for our student athletes. This is an agreed to amendment, and we ask for an affirmative vote.
Will the House agree to the amendment? Those in favor of the amendment will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. On the amendment, the ayes are 201, the nays are 0. The amendment's adopted. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lawrence. Representative Bernstein offers A02991. Will the House agree the amendment?
Good.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, students transfer to different schools for a variety of personal and family reasons. Whatever those reasons may be, they shouldn't be keeping students from participating in activities or playing on teams in their new school. My amendment would ensure that students transfer, they're not limited in any way from playing a sport during the regular season or postseason. Madam Speaker, we've had many situations across our Commonwealth with students transferring to both public and private schools, as well as charter schools, in which the PIAA or their area has ruled them ineligible. We don't do this for other activities that are also academic in nature, such as chess club or drama or anything like that. But I wanted to share a few stories of situations that occurred. A football player transferred to a private high school during his sophomore year. The students attended the private elementary school from the preschool through 8th grade. He then went and looked at the private school, chose not to attend that private school. After 1 year, he then transferred to another school. When he transferred back to the school, he was forced to sit football for the calendar year. The interesting part of this, Madam Speaker, is this was not a Division I athlete. This wasn't a recruit that was being highly recruited by Penn State or Pitt or Temple. This was a student that barely even played and was ruled ineligible and wasn't actually able to participate with his friends. These are things that should never happen. Athletics are great opportunities for kids to learn and grow as individuals. And in order to protect our student athletes, I would request an affirmative vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from the Lehigh, Representative Schlossberg, on the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is not an agreed-to amendment, and I ask for a negative vote.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Carbon, Representative Heffley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment, I'm going to support it. I would urge members to support it. This is really looking out for the athletes, those high school athletes. I had a situation similar in my district where a young man whose parents were in the military, he moved back to his mom's hometown, primarily his hometown, and signed up with the high school and was in the wrestling program. They had to apply for a waiver, and he got the waiver so he could wrestle during the regular season. In the interim, the school district got rid of the athletic director, no fault from the student at all. And when it came time for the district playoffs and or the wrestling state championships, because the athletic director did not fill out the waiver form, which this student already wrestled in the regular season, didn't fill out the waiver form to have him wrestle in the postseason, this athlete in his senior year, whose parents were in the military, was denied the right to wrestle. You only get one shot at your senior year. I appealed to the PIAA, because to me it's common sense. And there was no negotiating with him. So this young man missed out on wrestling his senior season because a bunch of adults in the room messed up and were afraid to admit it. So I would ask that we add this amendment to the underlying bill to make this underlying bill a little bit better. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Those in favor of the amendment will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 97, the nays are 104. The amendment fails. Chair's understanding that all remaining amendments have been withdrawn. Chair thanks the colleagues. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The bill as amended will be reprinted. Colleagues, if I can have your attention, we have some afternoon guests. Colleagues, if I can have your attention. Our colleagues that serve Bucks County have some special guests here in the back of the House. This afternoon, Representatives Stats and Labs have 4 guests along with their families. These students won There Ought to Be a Law contest. The winners here are 3rd grader Addie Grunwald, 4th grader Gabe Gioretta, 3rd grader Mackenzie Gill, 4th grader Ava Harris. Students, thank you for participating. Congratulations. The gentlelady from Delaware County, Representative Kazim, has one of the chair's constituents here on the floor of the House. This afternoon, we're joined for afternoon session from Mayor Joar Don from Darby Borough, along with Jasmine Davis on his team. Please stand. Welcome back to the floor of the House. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 72, printers number 3175 on page 2 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill protects tenants in cases of violence.
Will the House agree to the bill? Representative Gatos offers A02945. Will the House agree to the amendment? Chair recognizes the maker of the amendment, gentlelady from Allegheny, Representative Gatos.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to offer Amendment A2945. For many Pennsylvanians, the biggest barrier to securing affordable housing isn't just simply the first monthly rent. It's often the excessive upfront costs of security deposits. And that's a first month's rent, a last month's rent, plus a security deposit can add thousands of dollars, particularly for people who are victims of domestic violence. Many jurisdictions have actually tried eliminating or prohibiting security deposits altogether, but it is found to result in high monthly rent, and that's not good either. My amendment will allow renters to enter into a rental agreement without a security deposit while at the same time protecting landlords, and especially in the cases of where tenants may be victims of domestic violence. This amendment allows a landlord to offer a tenant to choose a fee in lieu of traditional security deposit, and with anti-discriminatory features in this legislation, it would offer it to all tenants equally. This amendment simply provides flexibility for tenants who may be able to afford monthly rent. But what's really important is that as a volunteer and advocate for Standing Firm, an awareness group in Pittsburgh which helps companies help employees deal with workplace violence, and a supporter of the Women's Shelter, I have seen firsthand women who may be the victims of domestic violence who are often those who may not have the upfront costs to pay for these rents and to escape partner violence. So this amendment provides a solution. It offers a solution for these victims of violence, while at the same time, it protects the landlords or enables the landlords to help these victims. This amendment enables these landlords to take this fee and purchase insurance policies for any of these unpaid rents or anything that, should anything happen. So it is also very anti-discriminatory because, again, it provides it to all tenants. In the light of this tight housing market, these options do matter, and it matters mostly to these individuals who are trying to get into apartments. So I ask for an affirmative vote on this amendment.
Chair thanks the maker of the amendment. Chair recognizes the maker of the bill, the gentlelady from Delaware County, Representative Borowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would first like to thank the gentlelady from Allegheny County for providing this amendment, but I do rise to urge the members to vote no on Amendment 02945. Madam Speaker, this amendment does nothing to protect domestic violence victims and would instead take advantage of vulnerable people. Under this amendment, it would be nearly impossible for a tenant to recover their security deposit. Moreover, Madam Speaker, this amendment is a dramatic shift in public policy. I believe it should stand on its own merit and not be dropped into this bill as an amendment. This bill has been carefully crafted over several sessions to help domestic violence victims. This amendment does nothing to achieve my goal of helping domestic violence victims, and for that reason, I oppose it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the maker of the bill. Those in favor of the amendment will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? 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 Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 98, the nays are 103. The amendment fails. Representative Briggs offers A 03082. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, Chair recognizes the maker of the amendment, Majority Chair of Judiciary, the gentleman from Montgomery County, Representative Briggs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to urge the members to vote yes on this amendment 03082. Madam Speaker, this amendment focuses the bill to prevent unintended consequences. After socializing the bill, we discovered some concerns, and the amendment addresses those concerns. First, the amendment removes law enforcement officers as attesting third parties. Second, the amendment removes police reports which contain active investigation details as a form of documentation to a landlord. Finally, the amendment revises the requirements for both early lease termination and look changes, and it reduces the window to request early termination from 120 days to 90 days. Madam Speaker, by clarifying and removing these items, we can avoid jeopardizing ongoing investigations and continue to ensure the bill retains its focus of protecting victims of domestic violence, sexual violence, and stalking. I once again urge a yes vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable. Those in favor of the amendment will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. On the amendment, the ayes are 112, the nays are 89. The amendment's adopted. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The chair's understanding that all remaining amendments have been withdrawn. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The bill as amended will be reprinted. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 1970. Printers number 3053 on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill authorizes PennDOT to issue electronic driver's license and identification cards and provides for the use of these electronic products.
This bill's been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Philadelphia County, the Majority Chair of Transportation, Representative Nielsen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, I ask the members to support House Bill 1970. In 2011, only 35% of Americans owned a smartphone. Today, that number has skyrocketed to about 91%. Smartphones have become a fundamental part of everyday life. As technology keeps changing, more Pennsylvanians need a convenient and secure option for going paperless by using electronic driver's licenses and ID cards. And Madam Speaker, I would like to submit the rest of my comments for the record and ask everybody to support House Bill 1970.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. On the final passage of the bill, the yeas are 186, the nays are 15. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes the House finally, and the clerk will return the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 2003, printers number 2559, on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill provides for our American-made flags.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. On final passage of the bill, the yeas are 201, the nays are 0. Majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes the House finally. The clerk will return the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 2103, printers number 3285, on page 1 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill amends the Human Relations Act.
Colleagues, if I can have your attention. This afternoon, our colleague from York County, Representative Hill Evans, our colleague from Philadelphia, Representative Kenyatta, and our colleague from Allegheny County, Representative Mays, have the Youth Build Coalition from York, Pittsburgh, and Philadelphia here. They're here for their Youth Build Advocacy Leadership Day. With these students, please stand. Welcome to the floor of the House. Colleagues, our colleague that serves Allegheny County, Representative McAndrew, just an hour ago, brought into the world with his lovely wife, Thomas Melvin Robert McAndrew. Congratulations. Clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill amends the Human Relations Act.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? On that question, Chair recognizes the gentleman from York, Representative Diorsi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's been argued that because the terms sports or doctor or freedom of religion and speech don't appear in the newly amended text of House Bill 2103, it doesn't apply or even relate to girls' sports or physicians or moral convictions and the expression thereof in the Commonwealth. Well, the truth is it doesn't have to. And yes, I understand that we all heard a very compelling and carefully prepared interrogation yesterday aimed at disproving this fact, but the notion that because these words aren't expressly mentioned in the bill text and thus we can wash our hands of any corresponding concern is either naive or deceptive, or both. The phrase public accommodation appears 8 times throughout the bill, as outlined yesterday by the good gentleman from Lancaster, defining the sweeping jurisdiction and reach this act would have on the people of the Commonwealth. Public accommodations, according to the Human Relations Act, include swimming pools, gymnasiums, primary and secondary schools, high schools, academies, colleges, and universities. It would include locker rooms, courts, and stadiums. And in the scope of girls' sports, any place where Pennsylvania's girl athletes would and could compete. And make no mistake, although the majority party has dodged and avoided it as recently as yesterday, this bill before us is in fact a vote for or against Pennsylvania's girl athletes. Despite combining the most concerning language of this bill in amendment form with another separate initiative, the fact remains that girl athletes will pay a steep price if this bill becomes law. A vote for this bill is an endorsement for men invading our girls' courts, fields, pools, and locker rooms, displacing them in their sports, endangering their safety on their fields, stealing their spot on their podiums, threatening their privacy and safety in their locker rooms. A vote against this bill is one that stands with Pennsylvania's girls and women. We're voting on whether we believe girls deserve fair play in private spaces or not. That's what this vote is. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Blair, Representative Barger.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand in opposition to House Bill 2103, though I did find the well-choreographed interrogation conducted by the majority party yesterday to be compelling and hard-hitting and insightful. My objection to House Bill 2103 is basically twofold. Number one, because of the language in the loose definition of the phrase gender expression, we are in fact taking behavior and making it a protected class. I don't think behavior can be a protected class. Secondly, the argument, as my colleague previously had mentioned, that because the word doesn't appear in the bill must have nothing to do with the issue, might quite possibly be the absolute worst argument I have heard in my 52 years on this planet. This is the kind of argument my teenagers have used when they say things like, "You didn't tell us to go to sleep, you told us to go to bed," and that's different. The people of the 80th District aren't buying this. We've heard this kind of argumentation before. We aren't convinced by emotional pleas assuring us that since the word isn't in the bill doesn't affect the issue, assuring us that, well, this bill is about fairness. It doesn't affect schools. This bill is about equality. It doesn't affect women's sports. It is just an apple. Ye shall not surely die. We've heard these arguments before. They may be subtle, they may be emotional, but we reject them. Because we know that what you're really doing is weaponizing degeneracy against our faith communities. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Fayette, Representative Krupa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition to House Bill 2103. Currently, Pennsylvania has strong, well-established protections against discrimination. Under the Pennsylvania Human Relations Act, individuals are protected based on clear, objective categories: race, color, religion, ancestry, national origin, sex, disability, and age. Those categories are grounded in reality. They are stable, they are clearly defined so that every Pennsylvania understands both their rights and their responsibilities under the law. House Bill 2103 abandons that clarity. It creates new protected classes and defines them in this way. Sexual orientation is defined as an individual's physical, romantic, or emotional attraction to individuals of the same or different gender. Gender identity or expression is defined as an individual's gender-related identity, appearance, mannerisms, expression, or other gender-related characteristics, regardless of the individual's designated by God, although that's not in the definition, designated or perceived sex. Madam Speaker, those are not narrow legal definitions. They are broad, subjective, and open-ended. They rely on internal feelings and personal perception, not objective fixed standards. When the law is written this broadly, the boundaries are not clear. I would note that when this bill was amended yesterday on the floor to essentially replace it with House Bill 300, I attempted to interrogate the maker of that amendment to gain clarity on these very issues, and unfortunately that request, which has become the norm of the majority party, was refused. But regardless of whether this lack of clarity in House Bill 2103 is by design or the result of incompetence, the result is the same. Because when you define sexual orientation this broadly, centered on attraction without clear limitation, you create an opening that bad actors and creative attorneys can attempt to exploit in court. Let me give you an example. Pedophiles. In certain political circles, pedophiles are called minor attracted persons. It's disgusting, it's horrific, and it should be condemned outright. But under House Bill 2103, this bill arguably makes a child molester who identifies as a minor attracted person a protected person. That thought revolts me, and it should revolt every member in this chamber. Once this bill is signed into law, that damage is it's done, and we will be fighting over the meaning of the terms in this bill in courtrooms for decades to come. Supporters of this bill point to Section 5.4 and claim that it protects religious liberty. But Section 5.4 does not remove conflict, it anticipates it. Section 5.4 is a signal that disputes are coming, a signal that courts, not this legislative body, will define the terms and the parameters of this poorly drafted bill. A signal that Pennsylvanians will bear the costs of this body's incompetence. And what will they get? They'll get costly litigation, lengthy litigation, and uncertain outcomes. In today's politically charged world, the separation of powers is being blurred. Courts are increasingly stepping beyond interpretation and into policy making. Judicial activism is replacing judicial restraint, and we saw this just last week with the recent Commonwealth Court decision. In the instant case, if we pass this bill as amended, a bill without clear definition and boundaries, we're not just asking the courts to interpret it, we're inviting them to define it, something that's constitutionally our responsibility to do, not theirs. This bill shifts power away from elected representatives and places it in the hands of judges who will decide over time how far these definitions reach. And while that plays out, it will not be large institutions that carry the burden. It will be the small business owners. It will be the faith-based organizations. It will be the individuals, people of faith, forced to choose between their beliefs and the threat of litigation. House Bill 2103 creates a chilling effect on the First Amendment freedoms, religious liberty, free speech, and free association, and it raises serious privacy and safety concerns. Under this bill, access to spaces like restrooms, locker rooms, and other sex-specific facilities would be determined by gender identity rather than biological sex. That has real implications, especially for women and girls in the arenas of sports and in sensitive environments like dormitories and domestic violence shelters, places where safety, privacy, and dignity are paramount. This bill places providers in an absolutely impossible position. Madam Speaker, this is not careful lawmaking. This is an invitation to litigation. This is a transfer of power to the courts, and this is a risk to fundamental, constitutional protected, God-given freedoms. And for all these reasons, I urge a no vote. Thank you very much.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Luzerne, Representative Walsh.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in strong opposition to House Bill 2103 as amended because it puts at risk the integrity of girls' athletics with the infusion of House Bill 300. Because House Bill 300 would add gender identity and expression to Pennsylvania's non-discrimination law for public accommodations, it would have a significant impact on our public schools and how they operate. This would be one more way in which protections could be eroded when it comes to girls' athletics. For more than 50 years, girls and women have benefited from a simple and necessary principle. When it comes to sports, biological differences matter. That's why separate female divisions exist, not to exclude, but to ensure that girls have a fair chance to compete, to win, and to earn opportunities that were once out of reach. This is not about rhetoric or ideology, it is about reality. In strength, in speed, endurance, biological differences can and do matter in competition. That's precisely why girls' sports exist in the first place. If those distinctions are erased in policy, they will be erased in practice, and girls will pay the price. We are already hearing from female athletes who are paying that price here in our Commonwealth. They talk about losing starting spots, losing titles, and losing their visibility. But just as importantly, they talk about losing a sense of safety and privacy in locker rooms, in changing areas, and in spaces that were designed specifically for them. When girls begin to step back, when they avoid the locker room, skip practice, or leave their teams altogether, that is not inclusion. That is exclusion in a different form. We should be strengthening girls' athletics by expanding access, improving facilities, investing in coaching, and ensuring every girl has the chance to compete and succeed. House Bill 2103 does none of that. Instead, it creates confusion, it invites conflict, and places the burden on girls to adapt to a system that no longer fully protects them. I believe we have a duty to be clear and to be firm. Girls deserve a level playing field. They deserve privacy, and they deserve laws that protect, not weaken, their opportunities. And for those reasons, Madam Speaker, I urge a no vote on House Bill 2103. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mercer, Representative Bonner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Under current Pennsylvania law, no employer and no institution is permitted to discriminate against another person based upon one's sex, with some very narrow exceptions. But the proponents of this bill say that protection for a person's sex is not enough. They seek the protection to include sexual orientation, gender identity, or gender expression. And yet we have not heard of a single court case that justifies the need to expand the current definition under Pennsylvania law, except as it pertains to young girls' sports teams, locker rooms, and bathrooms. Philosophically and legally, this legislation could be of much greater and stronger effect if we had better definitions for the terms sexual orientation, gender identity, or gender expression. But that is not the bill that we have before us today. But to try and understand this bill, you must have an understanding of what constitutes gender, what constitutes gender expression, and what constitutes gender identity, actual or perceived. Gender is challenging to define. Most medical experts and courts hold that there are more than two genders. Medical literature says that gender is what the person believes they may be, actual or perceived. And it is certainly not limited to the traditional categories of either being a male or a female. It may be a mix of the two. It may be neither one of these. One medical study asserts that there are actually 74 different genders that have been identified by the medical community. Attempting to fully understand, then, what is gender under this bill is impossible. The bill defines gender identity as an individual's gender-related identity, appearance, mannerisms, or expression, whatever that definition really means. And I certainly cannot make any sense of it. So how can we prohibit discrimination against gender identity if we cannot clearly define it under law? And yet, how can an employer, how can an innkeeper, how can a landlord or a school or a hospital or a physician define it in interacting with other people if we can't define it under the law for them? And medical experts are unsure what constitutes gender. And some believe that there are, yes, there are 74 genders that have been recognized in the medical community. What words, then, will constitute gender expression? What conduct may constitute gender mannerisms as opposed to personality quirks? What actions or words may constitute gender identity as opposed to some mental health issues? How can anyone know? How can anyone understand? How can anyone interact, guide, or accommodate those people with gender issues under the definitions we have in this legislation? This bill is a trial lawyer's dream. Any action that an employer takes against an individual who does not demonstrate standard legal sexual identity is going to lead to a lawsuit. Someone's going to claim that's a gender issue, a mannerism or expression or identity. It's be impossible to demote, to fire, to criticize, or to limit an employee based upon some expression, conduct, or action, because they're going to claim that is a gender issue. The lack of clarity then will result not in the legislature defining what the prohibition is, but the courts will define what the prohibitions are. And quite frankly, I do not trust the courts to define what gender identity, what gender mannerisms, or what gender expressions are. The bill should be more precise, and it lacks clarity under the law. Now, the debate yesterday said, well, we don't think it applies to all these different locations or employers. But this bill is going to be incorporated into the Pennsylvania Human Relations Act, and that clearly defines what these locations are. It'll apply to schools from kindergarten to postgraduate. It will apply to hospitals. It will apply to physicians, and it applies to all of their facilities and employees. It has wide-ranging effect upon all the institutions of our society. It will then clearly have an effect upon our young women, upon their locker rooms, upon our bathrooms. That is the only complaint I have ever heard to date about anyone not receiving gender protection. And yet, that is what this legislation is clearly directed to, because we haven't heard of one other single court case identifying one other gender issue that needs protection. We should abandon the process, then, of trying to legally appease every sexual or gender mannerism, whim, or thought expressed by an individual. That is an impossible task to define. It makes no sense, and the courts will ultimately take over our responsibilities as legislators. We have heard, then, of no instance where this legislation is needed, other than in the girls' locker rooms. We should at least be made aware of where the discrimination is occurring before we adopt such wide-sweeping legislation. The government cannot solve all problems, real or perceived, at all times, without becoming the biggest problem itself. Reject House Bill 2103, as it will only create and not solve any problems whatsoever, real or perceived. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Delaware County, Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, for months now, the minority party has been trying to get a vote on precluding or prohibiting men and women's sports. Rather than have a vote on the prohibition of men and women's sports today, we're going to expressly allow it in the law. Today's vote, make no mistake, is about men and women's sports, among a host of many other things that I'll get into in just a moment. The definition of gender identity or expression means, and I'm quoting from the bill, an individual's gender-related identity, appearance, mannerisms, expression, or other gender-related characteristics regardless of the individual's designated or perceived sex, which means if you have any of those qualities, the law would then protect you and you must be accommodated. It most definitely means that if you identify as a female, you get to get on a female sports field. If the whole point here is to protect people in special classes, we just denigrated all young women. We just denigrated all young women. In addition to that, here's what sexual orientation means. An individual's physical, romantic, or emotional attraction to individuals of the same or different gender. So if you are emotionally or physically attracted to a young girl, you get to go in her bathroom. If you are emotionally or physically attracted to a young girl, you get to be in her locker room or on her soccer team. Make no mistake, whereas on one hand we were trying to prohibit such behavior, today we're voting to allow it, and I encourage you to be a no vote on 2103. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Colleagues, we have some special guests here for afternoon session. In the gallery, we have students all the way from Lackawanna County. We are grateful to our colleagues, Representatives Kozarowski and Donahue, for bringing the Scranton High School here. Scranton students, please stand. Among them is the nephew of the parliamentarian. Hello, Tommy. Good to see you again. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Beaver, Representative Kale.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to say thank you to my colleagues who before me articulated very fine points in how this bill will be applied and how poorly it will be for our constituents. Yesterday, the gentleman from York County and Lancaster County had a robust discussion on public accommodation. And I don't need to go through and relitigate that conversation, but I do want to make a point. There was discussion in the interrogation that we heard yesterday on this particular issue. How will this bill be applied? I'd like to note that no court within the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania is going to care at all what is said on this House floor. Our legislative intent, or what we are saying here on the floor, unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, is not used by courts to interpret anything. What is used is past precedent of the courts, other laws that are applicable. And this bill, which has been named the Fairness Act in other contexts, creates a very unfair situation for many of our constituents. In fact, it creates more victims than it pretends to protect. Just two I'd like to mention briefly. First, hospitals. There's a situation in California right now as we speak where a hospital, a faith-based hospital, is getting sued because a physician did not want to perform a gender surgery. That hospital might end up getting shut down because of a bill that is modeled after this one. And closer to home, I'd like to mention a class of individuals that will be impacted significantly. You know, as representatives, we're supposed to come here and speak on behalf of our districts, but right now I'd like to speak on behalf of my daughters. I have 5 of them: Annika, Petra, Cleopatra, Evangelina, and Viana. Where is the fairness for them when there's men playing in their sports? Where's the fairness for them when there's men in their locker rooms? Where is the fairness for them when they have to worry about men in their restrooms? No one seems to care about our daughters and fairness for them. And as a father, it is our sacred duty to protect our daughters. And whether this law becomes, whether this bill becomes a law or not, I will continue to do that for my daughters. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Allegheny, Representative Benham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, at its core, is about fairness. The right to exist as your full self without fear that you'll lose your job or your apartment. I believe that Pennsylvania is better when it's fairer, and I know that most Pennsylvanians believe that too. As our majority leader said yesterday, it's un-American to tolerate discrimination, and establishing those protections is something we ought to all strive to do. And that's why I'm asking for a yes vote on this bill. Because as a queer woman, I know what it's like to experience discrimination, to be told I'm less than, that I'm a degenerate, that I am perverse, and treated like that too. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle keep referring back to religious liberty as a reason to not support this bill. And let me be clear, protections for religious liberty are restated in the bill. And I believe that both the right to be free from discrimination and to practice one's religion can coexist. And look, I'm a big believer in the separation of church and state, But since we keep invoking the Bible, I'm going to do that too. My colleagues keep referring to the Bible as prohibiting homosexuality. And you know, in my experience, one of the passages that folks use most often to do that is one that is often translated as prohibiting lying with men as one does with a woman. But this is an example of how using the Bible as a foundation for policymaking is ineffective, because many scholars argue that this is a mistranslation. Because if one looks at the original language, it could also be translated that one should not lie with a boy as one does with a woman, as a prohibition against pedophilia, not homosexuality. This language is in dispute and shouldn't be used as the basis for any argument, let alone one with such significant implications on people's lives. And to be clear, for my colleagues who seem to be confused or concerned about this, nothing in this bill, despite what was said earlier, protects pedophiles. My point here is not that my interpretation or anyone's interpretation of the Bible is correct, or that this is the only text in the Bible that folks use to justify their prejudice, but rather that on complicated, nuanced issues, there is significant debate over what those texts actually mean, which again means that using the Bible as a foundation for policymaking is ineffective. But regardless, if my colleagues insist on using the Bible, I will note that, from my perspective, on a much simpler issue, the Bible seems to recognize throughout it what many of us also recognize today, that the powerful often take advantage of children and teens. So if you're using the Bible to justify your vote on this bill, but won't call out those mentioned in the Epstein files, reconsider. If you're a person of faith, but won't help us reopen a path to justice for survivals of childhood abuse, think again. The Bible also seems to be quite clear that we should stand up for children, for the poor, and for the marginalized. So if you're using the Bible to argue on this bill, but won't help us decrease the cost of daycare, raise the minimum wage, and fight back against all forms of hate, I have no interest in hearing your thoughts about what the Bible says about me or my identity. There's been much talk about things not in this bill, like locker rooms, sports, or doctor's offices, and references back to protecting women and girls. And let me repeat, not in this bill. And let me be clear, as a woman who was once a teen athlete, if you will not stand up for our right to bodily autonomy, to make our own decisions in concert with our doctors about our own bodies, I have no interest in hearing your thoughts on doctors' offices or protecting women.
Point of order, Madam Speaker. The gentlelady will suspend. For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington rise?
I believe the good gentlelady is far afield for what this bill actually does address. She's done it on several occasions at this point, and I think it's imperative that we stay on the topic of the bill at hand.
Chair appreciates it, but the chair would like all the members to note the chair's great patience this day, including sound effects, which are not permitted in the rules. The chair has not interrupted one speaker, and the chair requests that the gentleman allow the lady to express herself on this bill, as all the members in the chair's caucus were provided that great space and latitude all afternoon. The gentlelady will continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I am glad that the good gentleman from the other side of the aisle agrees that these are issues far afield from the bill. I do too. They're not in the bill. That's the whole point. There's been a lot of talk in this body about agreeing to disagree, as the minority leader so eloquently put it on the floor yesterday. And I will agree to disagree on whether this bill goes far enough to protect religious liberty, though I believe that it does. I will agree to disagree on whether my interpretation of the Bible and my practice of faith are a correct reflection of God's intentions, though I believe that they are. But what I will not agree to disagree on is this: No one deserves to be discriminated against because of who they are or who they love. The Bible says, "Judge not, lest you be judged." And another word for judge, according to a thesaurus, is discriminate. So let's protect vulnerable Pennsylvanians from judgment and discrimination, because that reflects our American values. I ask for a yes vote.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Cumberland, Representative Gleim.
I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, I couldn't hear, but thank you for recognizing me. I am very interested in protecting the vulnerable, and this bill does have in it public accommodation. And if you want to, take it out. Just take it out of the bill. If we're having a disagreement between what the definition of public accommodation means, take it out, because it does include bathrooms and locker rooms in schools. If this bill is about fairness for housing and employment, then write it that way, because it's not written that way. It is a question here on the House floor, and it is an issue in Pennsylvania. Just ask Riley Gaines and her teammates who faced this issue in this state. Just ask Paula Scanlon, who had to change in a closet. Okay, listen to these stories that we have been hearing over and over in this state about women having to change and feel uncomfortable in their own private spaces. Ask Selena Soul. Ask the Hempfield School District. Ask Peyton McNabb, okay, who was paralyzed from being spiked in the head. Ask the Magalengo family, who has had to seek legal representation because it is unfair and harmful to require girls to share private facility spaces with males. I am just asking you, if that's what you want in this legislation, then write it that way. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Chair recognizes the maker of the bill, the gentleman from Philadelphia County, Representative Waxman, on final passage of House Bill 2103.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just rise to urge my colleagues to support House Bill 2103. I wanted to take a moment to talk about the underlying issue in the bill. There's been a lot of attention rightfully, of the amendments yesterday. I strongly support the bill as amended, but did want to take a moment to talk about the underlying bill prior to the amendment. This bill is in response to a group in the state of Arkansas, which found a loophole in state law and has put together a white nationalist housing development. And that is exactly what you think it is. It is a place where only people who are of a certain ancestry are permitted to live. They found a loophole using the private club rules in Arkansas. And this obviously was very concerning to me as a Jewish member of the legislature, to a place that I would not be permitted to live. And it was even more concerning to learn that this organization had identified Pennsylvania as a possible place for expansion, and that they were looking to build more of these developments across the country, and specifically they thought that they could do it here in this state. And so this bill, the original bill, says absolutely no. There is no room for that here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And so I rise just to ask my colleagues to support this bill and support it in its new expanded form, which further protects people all over this Commonwealth. And I'm so thrilled that it's a part of my bill, and really just really happy to be here and encourage my colleagues to vote yes. Thank you.
Chair thanks the maker of the bill. Chair seeks additional speakers before going to the gentleman from Philadelphia and the floor leaders. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Philadelphia, Representative Kenyatta.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So 250 years ago, in this great Commonwealth, we started an incredible experiment in self-governance, creating a country that I think is the greatest one to ever exist. That country and this great experiment started when some of our founders got together and wrote the Declaration of Independence. And in that declaration, they identified 3 inalienable rights that were critical, that were foundational, if we were going to be free people that governed ourselves. Thomas Jefferson identified life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness as those 3 foundational core ideas that birthed this great nation. If you don't have the ability to marry the person you love on Sunday and then put up the picture of that wedding in your place of work on Monday without fear of losing your job, you don't have access to those inalienable rights. If you're worried that a hotel can kick you out because they don't like how you look and how you present, you don't have access to those fundamental inalienable rights. If you're worried that your landlord is going to kick you out of your house because he happens to notice that you are married or sharing space with somebody of the same gender, then you are excluded from those inalienable rights, those foundational rights that make it possible for us to be the greatest nation to ever exist. Madam Speaker, you are absolutely right, and I want to acknowledge the great latitude in which you've allowed this debate to unfold. Because if you've listened to the narratives coming out from the opponents of this bill, I don't know what bill they're talking about. It certainly couldn't be House Bill 2103, because speaker after speaker after speaker has encouraged us to ignore our eyes, to ignore the plain text, and to imagine an alternative world where language not present in this bill is somehow transformed into what this bill is. If you want to understand why we've offered this bill, why it has been offered and reintroduced for 20 plus years, it is because Pennsylvanians are experiencing this discrimination and they want it to end. Because Pennsylvanians are recognizing that they don't have full access to their God-given inalienable rights to be treated with dignity and respect, to have full access to this American dream. Now, listen, we can disagree. But the great writer and thinker, James Baldwin, said something that I think is particularly relevant to this debate. He said that we can disagree and still love each other, unless your disagreement is rooted in my oppression and denial of my humanity. So no, we're not just gonna agree to disagree on whether everybody gets treated with dignity and respect. No, we're not gonna agree to disagree with whether this Pennsylvanian and that Pennsylvanian ought to be pitted against each other. No, we're not going to agree to disagree on whether or not some Pennsylvanians should be pointed out, stigmatized, and used as a straw man or straw woman to be beat up and beat down so that folks can make a political argument. No, we're not going to agree to disagree on that. We're going to continue to stand firm on the idea that folks still have access to the rights of life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness in the very foundation and in the very Commonwealth where those words were written. We're going to make that a reality, and that's what this bill is about. And so, no, this bill is not about what the bathroom police want you to believe it's about. This bill is not about everything else under the sun that they have tried to imbue into this language. This is the same bill that passed with Republican votes. We didn't change the language. Some of you have changed your votes, but we didn't change the language. Some of you have changed your tune, but we didn't change the language. And the very language in the foundational document that makes America what it is has also not changed. And I will end, Madam Speaker, by saying something I've said over and over and over again. Do not use God to co-sign your hatred, to co-sign your small view. And an expansive God can create things that you cannot understand or comprehend, and we are not going to end protections at the boundaries of your comprehension. If we don't ban the books, you could read them and understand the answers to some of the questions that you're asking. We have an opportunity to do the right thing. We did it last time with bipartisan support. But whether you join us or not, we are going to stand firm on what makes America, America, and in the fundamental belief that everybody deserves to be treated with dignity, decency, and respect. And on that, I will never agree to disagree. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair turns to the floor leaders and recognizes the gentleman from Bedford, Representative Topper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I spoke yesterday on the amendment that became the bill, but I do believe I need to say one more time on this floor. You cannot promote the beliefs and even the rights of one group at the expense of the other. They all must be protected. On that, there is agreement. The problem with this bill is that there are rights that others are not going to be granted in terms of their expression of religion, in terms of their ability to compete, in terms of their ability to feel safe. We can continue this debate in a respectful way. And Madam Speaker, I will close with this. There is not a state religion in Pennsylvania or the United States of America. But this year I've heard an increased chatter on the floor about God. I've heard scriptures quoted. I've heard prayers given. And I respect it all. But if you don't think that faith can guide someone just simply because you disagree with them, then it is you who have no comprehension of what faith is. And I certainly will not be lectured to about my faith or my beliefs, because they are as strong as anyone else's in the chamber. But what I will also say is that we can continue to have debates about difficult issues on this floor. And Madam Speaker, I appreciate as well the latitude that you have given members to have these debates. And I know they incite passions. But we must remember, in the end, what we do is we pass law. This law will be of grave consequence, and I urge a no vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Montgomery County, Representative Bradford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Initially, I want to thank the good representative from Philadelphia for bringing forth legislation that needs to be heard. And I think it is right on point, and I think that everyone should be nauseated by the idea of what is being perpetuated in Arkansas coming to our Commonwealth. And I want to recognize and remind everyone what this legislation was at its core. And I also want to thank the other good representative from Philadelphia for bringing forth equally important legislation to make sure that this Commonwealth does not allow discrimination of any kind or any form. And I'm reminded by the good minority leader, and I'm reminded by the good gentlelady from Cumberland County, who says that discrimination's never allowed, but I am mindful, because I have served in this body long enough, that when the other party was in the majority, anti-discrimination language and legislation never came to this floor. And if you decry it now, it was your obligation then to bring this legislation forward. We shall not allow the most vile forms of discrimination to go forward and let it masquerade as religious liberty or defending some narrow youth sport exception. Let's be clear. We should respect each other's faith, and no one should question anybody's. And I hear the good minority leader. But no one should use their faith to diminish another human being. And it has gone on too much today in this great august body. I also note, in the long arc of the time I've been in this legislature, we came very far on the issue of gay rights. It pains me deeply to hear what the good gentleman from Philly points out. This was a bipartisan piece of legislation 2 years ago. 12 years ago, the kind of language we heard today was too common. A few years ago, when a conservative United States Supreme Court created a path to same-sex marriage, the voices of hate were muted, and there was real progress in this country and in this Commonwealth. Sadly, today, those who want to point to their boutique bigotry, forms of the most insidious whataboutism type rationalizations, to allow the most hateful type of rhetoric to be used in this body and on the streets of this Commonwealth. It has gained traction in a way that is hateful, that is painful, and it is immoral. It is an affront to your religion and mine and to every Pennsylvanian. We are better than that. As this institution carries on in this great experiment of 250 years, let it be said that this was a moment where we showed an inflection point, that we turned back against the tide of those who used the most intolerant language and said, we will include everyone, we will respect everyone, and we will say no to the worst and most bigoted forms of discrimination. Vote yes on House Bill 2103 and show what this Commonwealth is about. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the final passage of the bill. The yeas are 101, the nays are 100. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes the House finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 2177, printers number 2832, on page 1 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House read the bill as agreed to? The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill amends the Borough Code and the third-class City Code to clarify what information a public notice advertisement regarding a proposed ordinance must contain in its brief summary.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted?
The clerk will record the vote. On the final passage of the bill, the yeas are 198, the nays are 3. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the majority leader, who calls up House Bill 2179, printer's number 2833 on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill amends the second-class township code to clarify what information a public notice advertisement regarding proposed ordinance must contain in its brief summary.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the final passage of the bill, the yeas are 198, the nays are 3. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair would like to recognize a special birthday today. Happy birthday, Representative Krupa. The majority leader moves that the following bills be recommitted to the Committee on Appropriations: House Bill 41, House Bill 72, House Bill 344, House Bill 830, House Bill 2218, Senate Bill 507. The majority leader moves that the following bills be removed from the table calendar and placed on the active calendar: House Bill 558, House Bill 1077, House Bill 1752, House Bill 1830, House Bill 2076, House Bill 2223, House Bill 2347. The chair is in receipt of a motion by the gentlelady Representative Krupa that the House now adjourn until Wednesday, April 29th, 2026 at 11 a.m. unless sooner recalled by the Speaker. The question on the motion is on the motion. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the House stands adjourned until Wednesday, April 29th at 11 a.m. unless sooner recalled by the Speaker.